In Harvard's 371st commencement. An amazing thing.
Diana, it's been 3 years since we've been together.
It is.
We've been shut down for 2 years for commencement.
Yes.
And it's just amazing to be back.
Mm-hmm. It is.
This is a little bit different than normal commencement.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, very different. These seats here will be only at the time, for the time being. These are basically for the graduates. And for the first time, Harvard has separated the big alumni day and festivities of the Harvard Alumni Association from its graduation. That does mean that we'll have probably, another 10,000 fewer people here, but we will have 8,800 graduates, of whom about 2,500 are undergraduates, getting their first degree, their bachelor's.
It's very exciting, and of course, Harvard's also going to have 2 graduations. We're going to have today for the class of 2022.
Yeah.
And then on Sunday, we're going to do this all over again for the classes of 2020 and 2021 who missed their commencements.
Yeah. And they did have an online commencement, and I sort of watched it. It wasn't quite the same at all, because the point of this really is an academic festival. And for a festival, you need the people.
That's exactly
that's
right.
what will happen today. It is true that that this commencement, because it is, it's after such a long time, is very, very special for the class of 22.
Absolutely.
They also have been exiled from the college for part of their experience here.
I think the shadow of COVID and the shutdown in 2020 and part of 2021 really does stay with all of us here.
It does, and it's changed certain things about the whole procession of commencement. For example, usually in Memorial Church, all the students crowd in there on commencement morning for the senior service. That is sort of a 15-minute service that is related to the fact that there's a 15-minute morning prayers every day. But Memorial Church, doesn't hold a whole class of students, so usually they're crowded into the aisles and, into the balconies and the stairs, and something just far exceeding the fire marshals. But
not such a good idea during the age of COVID.
Not a good idea. So today's morning service, the senior service, has been in that great big tent in the Science Center. I sometimes call a brutalist tent, but it is a very functional tent.
Well, actually all over campus, in front of my office at the Museum of Natural History and the MCZ, we see chairs set up outside in places they've never been before.
They've never had chairs.
And that's because we're going to see outdoor spaces being used as much as possible. The weather here today is beautiful. As a climate scientist, I should be thankful for that.
Yes.
It's not too hot. It's nice and cool. A little overcast, which actually
is a good thing,
for the graduates in their robes is a good thing. We've sat through too many commencements sweltering in the heat.
Sweltering, and some in which it has just been a downpour, which is not something that is accounted for here. People don't necessarily bring their umbrellas. But we've heard the bells of Memorial Church sort of signaling that the events are about to begin. And we will follow these events through the morning, through the next hour until the actual program of the order of exercises begins.
And what you see now is the statue of John Harvard outside of the part of the yard, the Tercentennial Theater, where we're sitting. And very soon we're going to start seeing the procession of the president and the honorary degree recipients, the deans, and then the faculty. And what's a wonderful tradition at Harvard is that the faculty process through the undergraduates. So the undergraduates will line the path. Yeah. And I've got to say, for the years when I haven't been broadcasting with you, it's one of the most wonderful things to walk through this throng of undergraduates and see all of the graduating seniors, many of whom took your course, and see faces you recognize, congratulating them along the way. It's a wonderful thing.
It is wonderful. It sometimes is a slow procession, and the faculty aren't necessarily good processors. They kind of straggle in some ways more than 2 by 2. But it is a wonderful opportunity for students to see the elders of their tribe, so to speak, into which they are going to be initiated. This is...
And a lot of the joy of today is about pageantry, and we'll see all the colors of the different robes. Yeah. Of course, we'll see a lot of... It's not really crimson, it's more like scarlet, these Harvard robes. And there are, if you look closely, all sorts of details about the robes that distinguish one degree from another. So all the undergraduates wear black robes, and they're relatively simple academic robes. The robes you're seeing here, these are Harvard robes with 3 lines on the sleeves. Those are the PhDs.
Those are PhDs.
So these are the students who have earned doctoral degrees, either PhDs or JDs or MDs.
One of the different things about this year's commencement is that these doctoral candidates are the first of the graduate schools to enter the Tercentenary Theater. And they have been lining up in the old yard rather than with this really a chaos of the graduate schools in the Seabrook Quad on the other side. So here they are, and they are sort of the pride of place. They will be seated first. They will be awarded their degrees first.
It's a wonderful thing. All the hard work, some of them 5, 6, even 7, 8 years of intense scholarship that's led to this very joyous moment. You know, Diana, I've got to say, with the shadow of COVID that's hanging over us, you know, the world is a hard place right now.
It is a hard place.
It's not just COVID, the political divide in this country, the war in Ukraine, and the sense in the world that there's a lot of evil out there. I've got to say, I find today to be an enormous source of hope.
Yes.
You know, these students, these 8,000 graduating students across the university, the college, the law school, the business school, the Kennedy School, the School of Public Health, the Design School, the Divinity School, all of the different Harvard schools. Each of these students has incredible potential to go out and make the world a better place.
They do. And they've had speakers so far who have basically emphasized that. For those, really, the festival begins on a Tuesday with the Phi Beta Kappa exercises in Sanders Theater. And this year, Professor of Sociology, Theda Skocpol, was the orator for that and gave the most moving oration about the importance of being out in the world and becoming acquainted with people you don't necessarily meet in the Harvard bubble. And I can say Theda's work originally was to study the Tea Party. And she went out and talked to Tea Party people all over the country and found out more than most of our policymakers know. And she gave the students a bit of her personal advice, which was that she and her husband go every single morning for breakfast to a Cambridge diner and just sit with whoever is there and meet people who are outside of the Harvard community. And a good bit of advice, that is, really.
Well, I think we see in these students such a commitment to work towards making the world a better place in so many different ways. And I find that very inspiring. You know,
I find it inspiring too.
We should note that there's some special significance to this commencement for some people. I'm not sure we'll be able to see it on their robes, but many of the law students graduating today are wearing special pins and ribbons.
Really?
And this is because two of their classmates haven't made it to commencement.
Because of COVID?
Two of them passed away.
Yeah.
One of them, Dave Hicks, was a joint student between the Kennedy School and the law school.
Yeah.
An extraordinary young man who was just committed to working on global inequality. He had spent time in Shanghai and worked on, was fluent in Mandarin and really an extraordinary young man. He passed away from colon cancer and hasn't been able to come. And so the law school and the Kennedy School are honoring him today.
That's wonderful.
Just a terrible loss.
That is really wonderful.
And of course the other is Tommy Raskin. Tommy Raskin was a law student with extraordinary promise, a real interest in aiding the global poor, passion.
Yes.
His parents are quite prominent. His father is a Jamie Raskin.
Jamie Raskin, yes.
The member of Congress from Maryland. His mother, Sarah Raskin, was nominated by President Biden to be on the Federal Reserve Board, but she withdrew her nomination. There was some opposition from Joe Manchin over her position on climate change, of all things.
Yeah.
But our hearts go out to Tommy's family, his parents, and all of his family, but also all of the law students that knew him and treasured him. It's really sorry that we're all sorry that he couldn't make it to this triumphant point today.
Yes. Thank you for. I mean, that's an important moment for us to.
Absolutely, their spirits are certainly here with us. I want to introduce a guest we have this morning, Aubrey Muse. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Aubrey, I'd like to say hello. I'm Diana Eck. Very nice to meet you. I know you've been a student of Dan Schrag's.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's been the best. Very lucky to have had him.
And so did you work with him on a senior thesis?
I did. Professor Schrag actually gave me the idea for my thesis. So I wrote about the California Camp Fire in 2018 and the resulting PG&E bankruptcy.
Wow. How did you do that? Did you talk to people in California who had been affected by that huge campfire blaze?
So writing during COVID was definitely a different experience. As far as, you couldn't travel and it was pretty isolating writing at home, but thank goodness there are a lot of good documentaries about the campfire and tons of research, like first resources, a lot of court documents I spent time going through. So there was a wealth of things out there and it was fun to dig into it.
I'm wondering also, Aubrey, about the necklaces of shells and nuts that you have around your neck. I don't know if people at home can. Yes, they can see those.
There are some special significance to those things.
What are those?
Why don't you tell us, Audrey?
Yeah. So I identify as Kanaka Maoli, Native Hawaiian. My grandmother was very close to me, and she actually made this during her time on the island. It's an acorn necklace, and
beautiful.
I also received these shells from her while she was living. She's unfortunately no longer with us.
She was Native Hawaiian, as are you.
Yes.
Wonderful.
So I wanted to have her with me today.
That's just a wonderful thing to wear. Usually when we have graduates who are from Hawaii, they have leis and flowers, but this is very deep to have those.
Aubrey, now we should share this story a little bit. You came to Harvard as an athlete. You were an extremely promising softball player.
Yes.
And your path at Harvard took a different path than you expected. You want to tell us about that a little bit?
Yeah, so I came to Harvard pre-med thinking I was going to be a doctor and not thinking I was going to play softball through my pre-med undergraduate experiments. And during the spring semester of my sophomore year, I started having this extreme back pain and my legs were tingling, and I figured, okay, something's not right here. So I went home, saw a spine specialist, and they found a tumor in my L4 vertebrae. So they found this tumor on a Friday, and I was scheduled for surgery the following Monday.
Boy.
So in a matter of that 3-day span, I found out I wasn't coming back to Harvard for a while, and I wasn't going to play softball anymore. And so that was really a really pivotal moment in both my college experience and my life.
Yeah.
And I think it was really great for me to take away from that you don't have to identify as an athlete. You know, your sport is something that you do and something you participate in, but that doesn't have to be who you are. And up until that point, I felt like a lot of my Harvard identity centered around that. So it was great to get out of that, I think.
I mean, there are good things about that. I know because of my grandniece, who was an athlete this year and freshman. You have a very immediate group of colleagues and friends and, you know, teammates.
Exactly.
And of course, you love what you do as a sports woman.
Yes,
so
you do.
You're having to give up a lot. And how did you discover environmental science then?
I took Professor Stragg's course on the Climate and Energy Challenge my sophomore year as a gen ed. And after that, I thought, wow, you know, this is going to be a really tough problem to solve, and it's so interesting. And then that really just changed my course, and I decided, you know, 12 years of med school doesn't sound too great. Let's go focus on the environment. And really glad I made that decision now.
I'm so glad she took your course. I mean, and that everyone else who takes your course gets a sense of commitment to this issue, because there is, in a way, no more important issue.
Right.
If we look globally at what's happening.
Exactly.
So,
you know, Aubrey, that sort of perseverance you showed, I mean, it's hard to reinvent yourself, but you know you can do it now, and you may do it again in the future, but it's really exciting to see how you changed your path and then succeeded so spectacularly. Aubrey won the Jim McCarthy Prize for the best
Jim
senior
McCarthy
thesis in
too.
environmental science and public policy.
That is so great.
Thank you.
We actually should mention Jim McCarthy passed away in December 2020. Or December 2019. So it's really the first commencement where without Jim McCarthy, but it's great to have you here as the recipient of the prize named after him.
Well, thank you.
And Aubrey, who's here from your family? Do you have family here today?
I do. My mom, my dad, my little sister are here.
Good. Shout out to them. That's good.
Love
Yay.
you, Mom. Love you, Dad. Love you, Cassie.
Great.
Aubrey, we're really proud of you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Enjoy the ceremony today.
Thank you so much.
Have a good time.
Great to be here.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we're seeing the procession continue.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing all of the
PhDs coming in.
The doctoral candidates.
There are a lot of PhDs.
Well, I think some of them are other doctoral candidates.
They may be, but yeah, they're coming from the old yard up to the steps of Widener and then down the central path, which is...
There we see Kirkland House. Those are the undergraduates.
They will be forming the processional path for the president's procession, which will be starting pretty soon. I think we'll see it when it does. It's led by the sheriff of Middlesex County, who has a very special role in keeping order today.
We're hearing all sorts of noises here.
Yep.
This is an excited, wonderful crowd.
Well, we keep in mind this is an academic festival, and it includes prayers and processions and pomp and speeches. We'll hear 3 student orations this morning, and then the morning exercises will conclude with the commencement speaker, Jacinda Ardern, who is the Prime Minister of New Zealand, and all that will be compressed into these morning exercises. Oh, we have another guest. I am so delighted.
We'll have our guests join us in just a second.
Yeah.
We see the students continuing to file in. All of those seats will be filled in a few minutes. So Diana, we're now joined by Jean-Andre Prager. Jean-Andre, great to have you here.
Great to be with you.
Jean-Andre, I'm Diana.
Lovely to meet you.
I'm just delighted to meet you.
Now, Jean-Andre is graduating from the Kennedy School with a master's degree, and you have an extraordinary background. First of all, you can hold up your cane. Jean-Andre, you have some challenges that other students don't have.
Oh yeah, well, I was born with cerebral palsy, so yeah, so I mean, in a weird way, it's a challenge I've always lived with, so I've just kind of grown used to it, and it's the way my life has been. So, you know, it's something that, you know, I have no other experience. But a lot of people with cerebral palsy, you know, don't make it to university, and so obviously I'm very, in a weird way, proud that, you know, I've accomplished this, and so yeah. But
not just accomplished this. Yeah. So before you came to Harvard, you were one of Boris Johnson's main people on domestic policy, on welfare policy. I'm the Prime Minister's advisor on welfare policy, and I'm going to go back and do that job when I return. So
what a wonderful thing!
So it's very interesting, and it's be a very interesting time coming up. So it should be good.
So tell me what you got out of your time at Harvard. You know, for you, you came in, you were already at, frankly, the highest levels of government, advising the Prime Minister. So what do you think this sort of distance from government took away?
I think the special thing about Harvard and the special thing about the Kennedy School is the number of people who come through the building and give their expertise and advice.
Yeah.
And I know that's somewhat been difficult with COVID, but especially in the last semester, we've had a huge array of different thinkers and speakers, and I think that's probably the special source about the Kennedy School, about what the school can attract, also the range of thinkers that are at the school. So one of the things I've tried to do while I've been there is just diversify my knowledge base, and that's been a really interesting, very interesting experience.
So you and I got to know each other because of your PAE, the policy exercise you did, which you chose to do related to climate adaptation, which was not something you've normally thought about. Why did you push yourself in this totally new way?
Just because I think this issue is going to be an issue for my entire life.
Yes.
And it's something that I'd never done before. So it's the reason you go to university, to try and like broaden your horizons, understand things you did not understand, and obviously working with someone like yourself is a great opportunity. So that's why, and it was a very interesting experience.
Yeah, absolutely.
So will climate issues be part of your portfolio when you return to England?
No, I'm back onto kind of social security policy. But that's the reason why I came here, to just do something slightly different and broaden my horizons, yeah.
I think your social security policy in Britain is far in advance of our own, perhaps. I'm not sure, but feels like it is.
I mean, we have slightly different mechanisms than the United States. So obviously a National Health Service.
Yeah.
A fairly large welfare state.
Yes.
The department that I cover has a budget the size of the GDP of Portugal, so it is quite a large welfare state. And I think there's just different kind of slightly different social mores probably in the different societies that mean they have a slightly different approach to some of these issues. But I mean, the main difference is the National Health Service.
National Health Service, yes. And Jean-Andre, do you have family here this morning?
Yes, I have my two parents.
Oh, wonderful.
So that's lovely.
And where do they live?
They live in London.
In London.
So, I mean, as I'm here, I'll give them a shout out. And I would never be here without both of them. So I'm very grateful to all the help they've given me over the years.
Wonderful.
Nothing would have been possible without them. So I'm very, very grateful to them.
So let's call them out.
Yeah. Tim Prager and Bert Latray, my mother and my father. So thank you so much for everything you've done for me, and I'm really grateful to you.
And congratulations to you. We would never be here without our parents, but your parents have been with you and been with your cerebral palsy from the beginning.
They truly believed in me from the very beginning, so I would never be here without them.
That's what you need.
Jean-Andre, we're really proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much.
Good.
And I hope the rest of the broadcast goes well.
Yes.
You know, it's true for every single one of our graduates today. Each of them has worked hard, done extraordinary things to get here, but behind them has been a support team, parents, teachers, loved ones, partners, so many different people that have contributed to actually getting each individual across the finish line today. And so as we celebrate their accomplishments, we also should honor the really formative support systems that everyone has, whether it's family or friends, spouses, partners, loved ones. It's such an important part of the ceremony today.
I think we are starting to see what?
Some of the graduates are making a lot of noise. It's almost impossible for us to hear up here, but the procession is certainly continuing, and we'll start to see the faculty coming in soon.
One of the interesting things that's happened really during the time we've been broadcasting together has been the fact that there are all of these other sort of special graduations that begin with a black graduation ceremony in which all of them celebrate the African and African American communities at Harvard. There's a lavender graduation. There's an LGBT, I guess that is the lavender graduation. There's a Latinx graduation. There's a first generation in college graduation, in which those who have shared a certain life experience have their own time together as they remember and celebrate where they've been.
You know, celebrating the diversity at Harvard is a really important thing, and we should mention this spring there was also a very important announcement. President Bhutto announced a rather important recommendation from the Committee on Dealing with Harvard's Legacy, Engaging with Slavery. Now, we understand that, you know, if you go back to the 18th century in this country or early 19th century, there's hardly an institution or company in the U.S. that wasn't touched by slavery in some way. We like to forget about that, but we've been seeing over the last several years a gradual opening up, an acknowledgement of the legacy and the history of exactly how profoundly important slavery was to many aspects of these institutions. And Harvard has its own legacy. It's different than some, but we know there were some slaves on Harvard Yard a couple of centuries ago, living living in
the President's House, which was then Wadsworth House, right on Mass Ave, and they already have put up a commemorative plaque.
They put up a plaque there. But this year, Larry Bhutto, our president, made a very significant announcement to say that he was going to devote $100 million to really think about how to not compensate, but respond to that legacy.
Respond to
in
our
a responsible
own history.
way.
Part of that also has been an initiative to look at Harvard spaces and see who they're named for, and are there names that should be changed. This is something, of course, that's happening all over the country in one way or another, and it's very controversial. It's deserving of the kind of serious deliberation that Harvard can mount on this.
The report that's come out on the renaming of buildings is a very important study, and it's not easy.
No, it is not.
My own building was constructed by the great geologist, great natural history scientist, Louis Agassiz.
Agassiz, yes.
Who was one of the discoverers of the ice ages.
Yeah.
Extraordinary. He sort of invented what we think of now as the modern Natural History Museum. He essentially created one at Harvard, and then encouraged the creation of the American Museum of Natural History in New York and the one in D.C. He was also a horrible racist person.
He was during the time of sort of race categorization.
That's right, late 19th century. And he, frankly, some of his ideas and some of his words were despicable. And we have to grapple with that legacy of the incredible accomplishments he made in popularizing science. He was an extraordinary speaker. He educated people
a great deal. He was a teacher.
And at the same time, he also had some very toxic and harmful ideas. And And we're all grappling with people like Louis Agassiz.
Yeah, I mean, the same is
whether
true
it's Woodrow Wilson at Princeton or
Abbott Lawrence Lowell at Harvard, who had some pretty difficult ideas, who also made major contributions to the university. But
that's right.
A number of the presidents, from Mather and Winthrop and right up to Eliot and Lowell.
What's also important to mention is that we have many scholars at Harvard who have confronted that legacy and actually tried to bring it to light, tried to talk about it.
Yeah.
I think of my own former colleague who died back in 2002, Stephen Jay Gould.
Oh, yes.
Wrote a beautiful book called The Mismeasure of Man.
Yes.
About some of that racist, thinking, study of human skulls and trying to relate it to intelligence and brain size.
Yeah.
That was just horrific.
Yeah.
And conducted partly here at Harvard. Steve Gould confronted that with passion and tried to show that it was not just wrong, but also demonstrates how we can sometimes let our ideology infect our science, and that's a very dangerous thing. So that's what we're seeing today, with the diversity of our graduates, the conversations we're having around the university. I think all of that is a good thing. We're all moving forward.
You know, I was doing a little bit of an analysis of the surnames of our graduates the other day, and you know, in the freshman class, there's maybe one Jones and one Thompson and maybe a Smith or two, and a whole page of Zhangs and Lees, both spelled L-E-E and L-I, and Chans and whatnot. I mean, it's just an amazing thing. We have an undergraduate population that is as diverse as the world, and in many ways encapsulates diversity more than the wider United States.
Of course, that's a big debate right now. As we know,
it is.
There's a lawsuit pending in front of the Supreme Court, an appeals of the affirmative action lawsuit that was filed against Harvard. The district court judge found in Harvard's favor, and so did the appeals court.
Yeah.
But now there's a big concern that the Supreme Court will rule against Harvard and ultimately force Harvard to change its admissions policy. You know, to many people, Harvard is a elitist, super wealthy group of people with enormous privilege, and some of that is true. We have to remember that the legacy of Harvard is that.
Yeah.
Extreme privilege, extreme opportunity also. We also, though, have to recognize that Harvard remains an opportunity for many students to cross social classes and various, you know, it's an extraordinary opportunity to come to Harvard, learn, and create a new life for themselves.
Well, and a Harvard that has one of the most generous financial aid policies anywhere, but also that has actively tried to recruit students from a wide variety of American communities. And we do see this.
That's really what's at stake right now.
Yeah.
What's at stake is really the question of whether Harvard will be able to have some say in the types of metrics it uses to decide how to create a class of students here, or whether it will purely be on numerical metrics, and that would be a terrible shame.
Well, and it would be very hard to do it. I mean, you know, because students, when they apply to Harvard, write essays about the things that have mattered most in their lives. So you can't ask them to write an essay without mentioning their heritage, their grandparents, their parents, the people who have encouraged them, the communities that they've come from. So, yes.
So we still see a bunch of empty seats here, and that means there's more students to come in.
There are people waving little flags. I think those flags have been creating quite a lot of noise. They almost sound like
there are certainly some noisemakers here. I don't know. So each of the different schools have certain traditions. They bring certain props with them. The Kennedy School often has globes that they have on the top of their heads.
I passed the law school students processing this morning, each of them with a gavel, perhaps indicative of the fact that some of them will go on to become judges, as many of the judges on the Supreme Court today have from Harvard Law School. And as for the undergraduates, most of them began today with a really early breakfast, like 6:45, and then lined up to process into the big tent for their senior service, and are now lined up in the old yard in those processional paths that will eventually receive the president's procession.
So that's, of course, something else that we need to explain to our viewers, which is that we do start early for Harvard Commencement, and that's because the actual commencement ceremony that we're about to witness, there's the steps of Widener Library packed with parents today. But the reason we start so early is that the individual students are not going to get their degrees here.
Oh, no.
What they're going to do in the tercentenary theater, the deans are going to stand up and ask the president to bestow the degrees on the entire class. And there will be certain groups called out, but in general, each degree from the school will rise, and the students will rise, and then the president will bestow the degrees en masse at the whole group at the same time. And only afterwards, after lunch, will they go back to their schools, or in the case of the undergraduates, go back to their houses. You were, of course, a faculty dean, and you used to
would give them their diplomas.
And so that's why we have to start early, because they have to finish by the end of the day. We see somebody dancing there with celebration.
And it used to be that if you wanted a diploma, you had to buy one, right up into the first part of the 19th century. But now the diplomas are free. The education is certainly not free, but the actual transition from being a student to being a graduate is that speech act. It's a ritual form that was often described by the philosopher Rorty, that it is by a speech act that something actually happens. And that is the moment at which the students become graduates.
That's right. And it's important to remember, we call this commencement. This isn't the final. This isn't the finishing. This is commencement.
Yes.
And in some ways, this is the beginning.
The beginning.
This is where they take their Harvard education and now go out in the world and do extraordinary things. And
this
so
has been one of the arguments of those who are opposed to the separation of the Alumni Association from Commencement, because then they feel as if, I think it was Harry Lewis who said, then it seems like this is an end, and when the alumni are here, you recognize that it is the beginning also of a life as a Harvard alumna or alumnus, and that you continue to participate in this sort of cogwheeling of the generations. That
I've got to say, given that the alumni celebration at Commencement often includes some of the oldest living Harvard alumni, I just assume not have them come today in this era of COVID.
Yeah,
I think for safety, I think this is a good decision. But here we are. The other thing, of course, that we're going to have today, normally we just have the ceremony that ends, and then there's a luncheon, and then in the afternoon, the speaker, the commencement speaker, who's one of the honorary degree recipients. Today it's going to be the Prime Minister of New Zealand, except that instead of speaking in the afternoon,
she is going to speak
in the morning during the ceremony.
Yeah. That means the morning will be a little bit more packed, and that's just fine on a beautiful day like today. This is, after all, a kind of initiation. For those who study ritual, there are rites of separation from the life you had before, rites of transition into a new life over the threshold as a graduate, and then rites of incorporation. And of course, the most significant anthropologically of the rites of incorporation is a big feast. And most of the graduates at some point, either after the ceremony or after they get their diplomas, will have a spread, a lunch somewhere in their houses or in the schools to which they repair for their degrees.
We saw a picture, we see the students coming in now. We saw a picture of a little while ago of the students with globes from the Kennedy School.
Yes. Hopefully pledging to make a global difference in an era of
the Kennedy School really is an extraordinary place. Jean-André is just one example, but I had over 50 students from the Kennedy School in my class last fall. I taught a big class with 215 students.
Oh, that's wonderful. And they had to do a project, did they? That
they absolutely did.
But say about that.
Well, what I found so extraordinary was just how many different countries and how many different perspectives there were in the room. You know, students coming in, and in fact, I should mention one of my students, really extraordinary woman. She was a Nobel Peace Prize recipient from 2014.
Yes. Is she the president of Moldova?
No.
No, that's not.
She is from Tunisia.
Tunisia.
She's a business person from Tunisia and created an organization that won the Nobel Peace Prize. So she technically didn't win it, but she was the recipient through the organization that she founded to help women in Tunisia in the business world. And she came as a mid-career master's student at the Kennedy School. And it's unusual to have a Nobel Peace Prize recipient in your classroom.
I should say. That's wonderful.
But that's just the magic of being here at Harvard, where the class is filled with different experiences. I had a student from I had a student from Martinique who came from years of working in private equity, who wants to build infrastructure to help cities around the world. We're now looking at the stage. We're looking at the stage where the faculty will sit there on the left. You see the central chairs, that tall chair is the president's chair. My understanding is it's incredibly uncomfortable, but President Bhutto doesn't have to sit there for very long.
They have a nice cushion on it that's specially made.
And then those black chairs to the left and the right of the president's throne are for members of the corporation who will be here and will preside over the morning activities.
And you'll hear the members of the corporation acknowledged by each of the deans of the professional schools and of the graduate schools and of the college as Mr. President and members of the corporation and members of the Board of Overseers. The Board of Overseers is elected by the alumni, and it used to be just the Reverend and Honorable Board of Overseers that were the ministers in the towns around Cambridge. And there are still ministers involved in the Reverend and Honorable Board of Overseers, but on the whole, they are elected by the alumni.
So this is a transition that, Diana, you as a professor of religion know a lot about. Harvard used to be a very religious institution.
It was, yeah.
And it's changed.
It has. I mean, it was founded really, by the sort of Puritan forebears of the university. And, what they say here, when God has had, I've got the exact words, had brought us safe to New England, we thought it was important to create an institution to pass on the faith and leadership to the next generation. But in those days, 1642 was the first commencement. There were 9 commencers, and all of them in the early days had to learn both Greek and Latin and Hebrew, all of them. And it was just expected that they were Christian. The first professor of Hebrew here actually converted to Christianity. I mean, this would be appalling today. But the vibrance of religious communities at Harvard has continued, and Harvard Divinity School has really become a multi-religious
It's really extraordinary.
Point.
Well, there certainly are scholars of early Christian theology, but they're
still
scholars of many different
of
types
Islam,
of theology,
of South Asian religions, of Judaism. So the Divinity School has, over these years, sort of transformed into a school of leadership, religious leadership, ethical leadership that involves students of many religious traditions.
And we're going to see some of the sort of history of that connection to religion in the ceremony today.
Yes.
We will have a minister. We will have a benediction.
And
Professor Potts, the Pusey minister, will deliver some benediction.
And there also was yesterday this baccalaureate service that, again, was one of those that took place, everyone crowded into the Memorial Church. But the baccalaureate yesterday was here in the Tercentenary Theater, and it included prayers and translations in the original from Sanskrit, from Chinese, from Arabic, from the whole range of religious traditions that are representative of the religious communities of this graduating class. And that is, over the last 25, 30 years, that is one of the most important things that's happened at Harvard. It has become literally multi-ethnic, multicultural, multi-religious. And that is acknowledged in so many places of our festival rites today.
You know, one of the things I'm so proud of in these students is the way that they try to engage with all of the issues of the day.
They do.
You know, right now we live in such a divided time in the U.S. It may not be the most divided time in our history, obviously, compared to the Civil War period, when we literally took arms up against each other in this country. But it is more and more difficult to have civil discussions about things that we feel passionately about. We see it divided in the news broadcasts, in public life in so many ways. And so I think what's really impressive about this community is the way not only that it has so much diversity, but that it actually struggles to engage it. To engage. And engage even on difficult subjects. It's something we have to continue to strive to do, despite the pressure to segregate and associate only with people that are like us.
I will say, as an undergraduate advisor of many communities, one of the ones that has become enormously energetic is the Interfaith Forum that has students really from all of the faith traditions. This is a voluntary thing. They engage with one another. They meet on a weekly basis. They talk about tough subjects. And, you know, that's a very hopeful thing. That's what we need to do all across the country. One of the things that I have been working on over the years has been the documentation of the changing religious landscape of America. And that has meant studying the Muslim, Hindu, Sikh, Jain, Buddhist communities of our own country, of our own city. And that has been a student-led research project that's gone on now for more than 25 years.
Wow.
And out of that have come some of the very difficult dilemmas that people in leadership face today, whether they're in hospitals or schools or CEOs of of airports and businesses. They have to be able to deal with the religious diversity of their own place. So we've written these cases, sort of along the lines of business school cases, that place students in the position of thinking about those dilemmas. And that's a sort of ethics and civics course in Gen Ed. And I find it a wonderful way to teach, frankly. I always liked lecturing, and I was pretty good at it, but it's much better, in this case, to have students come to class prepared to wrestle with these tough issues.
That's a wonderful thing to do.
Yeah.
So we're seeing now the students lining the path as the faculty will slowly file in. They're preparing. You know, amidst those undergraduates, there are, you know, there's so many extraordinary individuals. We can't possibly call them all out. I will mention a few people, though, that are just wonderful to see here. Our former colleague, Margot Seltzer, who was a computer science professor. Margot now is a professor at University of British Columbia, and we miss her terribly.
Oh, yes, she was an institution here, practically.
That's, she absolutely was. She's back today because she is a parent of a student graduating today, Tegan Seltzer from Leverett House, computer science, of course, but with a secondary field in theater, dance, and media. Wonderful program we have here, and she's just one of the more than 1,700 undergraduates graduating today, each with a very special story and a very special set of accomplishments and potential.
One of the students I had hoped we might get to interview today is Benjamin Wenzelberg, who was a composer, a conductor, a singer, and who composed an original opera based on Ulysses called Nighttime, Night Town it was, and it was performed in Sanders Theater. An amazing original operatic production. And it's not often in arts and humanities that we have someone who has conducted orchestras all over the world and composed for them and composed rather major works.
Yes,
someone
a wonderful
whose future
accomplishment.
is certainly laid out for him.
So, you know, again, I think we have to remember, look at all these happy faces, excited people. This is a day long imagined, given what these students have all gone through. Most of these students, at least many of them, not the master's students necessarily, but most of them went through the fall of 2020.
Yes.
And the spring of 2020, essentially when we sent everybody home in March.
Yeah.
And then stayed home and through the fall. Students were remote. Courses were on Zoom. We all did the best we could. We struggled with trying to educate them as best we could, but it certainly wasn't the full experience. You know, we faculty like to believe our courses are important to the students' learning, and I still hope they are. But I think a lot of the learning is informal. It's the conversations after
the things
a class.
that they miss.
It's the informal discussions in the dorms over meals. And it's that completely disappeared in 2020 and the beginning of 2021. And I think right now, looking at these students, they've really persevered through that trial. They've managed to go through that period of isolation and then re-engage. And many of them had to learn how to be social again, how to re-engage with each other, because that really is the essence of what we're the magic of what education at Harvard is really about.
We should be seeing the President's Procession.
We probably will begin to see it very soon. We'll see the president and the members of the corporation and the provost and others coming in. That should be coming underway. There's Claudine Gay, the Dean of Faculty of Arts and Sciences. And we're seeing some of the faculty now coming in. I recognize some of them. There's Bharat
Dean
Anand,
of Divinity,
who is the Associate Provost for Advances in Learning. Wonderful professor from the business school.
There's Emma Dench.
I saw Emma Dench, Dean of the GSAS. Saw Frank Doyle a minute ago. There's John Shaw, our new Vice Provost for Research, and Jim Stock, our new Vice Provost for Climate and Sustainability.
Wonderful.
They're filing in. There's all sorts of our colleagues coming through.
Well, We have the lead classes now, yes.
And they are all ready to line the aisle as the faculty, the president and the faculty come through. It's a slightly smaller group of faculty this year.
Well, they have requests for 2 days to to participate, both now and very early in the morning on Sunday.
That's right. So they're called on to do double duty. Also, I think some of them may be a little scared away from the throngs of people given the COVID situation, but we'll see how that affects the total attendance of the faculty.
You see now some of the chaplains of the university, including the Muslim chaplain in the red hat, and then a hijabi woman who's also involved in chaplaincy.
So each of the houses is led by a faculty member and his or her spouse or partner, the faculty deans.
Faculty deans.
They used to be called masters.
We were called house masters when we first were appointed, and then our names changed to faculty deans.
I think that's a very wise decision.
I guess. Eventually they'll have to change the name of the Board of Overseers as well, but who knows?
I suspect that will happen one of these days. And for people who don't know, the Harvard houses really are like a way of taking this large class of undergraduates at Harvard and dividing them into residential communities that feel a little bit more like family. About 100 to 120 or so in each house. Is that right?
No, I mean, Lowell House had 450 or so, and some of them are much larger. Like Leverett is the largest. But it is true that in the spring of their freshman year, they are lotteried into these houses with a group of their 6 or 7 best friends. They can pick whom they want to live with, but not where they will live. And so that day, Housing Day it's called, is one of the major festival days, you might say, of the university.
So they get to decide who they live with, and then they get assigned to the house.
Assigned to a house.
And then engage with others at the house. They eat with them, they live with them.
Yeah, the dining halls have really been the epicenter of learning, in a way, in Harvard's communities of houses. And so among the things that was really restrictive, even when students came back to campus, was they couldn't really sit around the table in the dining hall without their masks on and just enjoy a meal. These are, major changes that have taken place. Now here we have more of maybe
more faculty coming through. We can take a look at them.
I've missed the first part of the President's procession. I think we'll see it coming down the central aisle.
We'll see it coming
long.
into the Centenary Theater. So I see some of the faculty coming in still. There we are. There's the faculty coming in. We recognize some of them.
These are divinity faculty right here.
I see the divinity faculty there. People still cluster in tribes, I guess.
They do. But one of the things, when Archibald MacLeish wrote a little essay on what he called the Harvard of the future,
those are graduate school design faculty there.
He saw
Ali Malkawi there on the right.
Ah, yes.
He has designed a house in Cambridge that essentially is ultra low. Mark Wu just walked by from the law school. Wonderful professor of law, does international trade. Spent a short time working. Oh, there's the president and the corporation. Alan Garber, the provost. Bill Lee, former head of the corporation.
Well, retiring this year as the senior member of the corporation, to be replaced by Penny Pritzker, who will be the senior member of the corporation.
And Penny should be here as well. We saw Chris Stubbs walking by, Dean of Science for FAS. There's Dan Lieberman walking through. Dan is a wonderful professor of biology, of human evolutionary biology, studies the evolution of walking, the evolution of head size, many other aspects of human physiology.
The faculty, a lot of them will be seated right here next to us, really, on the stage this morning. I think there are more places for faculty on the stage than previously. There's Richard Thomas.
I see a member of the band trying to squeeze through. There's the band members coming through, going to their places. And here are the honorands and escorts. So these are the honorary degree recipients, and each of them is escorted by a different faculty member.
And it's probably not too much of a secret because the names of these honorary degree recipients have been printed in the Gazette this morning. But we won't mention except the ones that are very clearly recognizable.
It'll be a wonderful day for all of them.
Oh, there is someone taking a selfie with Jacinda Ardern. Honorands and escorts.
So all of the pageantry, the deans come in, the president first, the corporation, the honorary degree recipients, then the deans, and then the faculty.
It's supposed to be sort of in order of, pecking order, you might say, but it never really turns out that way.
It's a little bit chaotic.
Yeah.
The faculty self-organize.
Yeah.
The faculty are all mixed together across the schools. They're applauding now the Prime Minister who's taking the stage.
Members of the corporation with their top hats and broad brimmed hats.
This experience of filing in through the graduates is really a wonderful tradition. I see the back of John Shaw with his Princeton robes in black and orange. John Shaw, our new Vice Provost for Research, colleague of mine in Earth and Planetary Sciences.
Sometimes people mistake your blue robes for Yale robes, Dan, but they're not, right?
No, these are actually for the University of California at Berkeley, which is
wonderful.
Blue and gold. But it's actually Yale blue and gold.
Yeah.
Because the University of California in the late 19th century was founded by a bunch of Yaleys.
But Yale doesn't have the gold. And that's
Yale
good.
doesn't have the gold, blue and white.
My hometown in Bozeman, Montana, hosts Montana State University, and their colors are blue and gold, which is why I have this blue hood on today, which I cherish because I got an honorary degree there a few years ago.
Oh, that's wonderful. What a lovely honor.
The last member of my family to have a graduate degree from Montana State, so that was really great.
That's in Missoula, is that right?
No, that's in Bozeman.
Bozeman. Oh, Bozeman is that's a wonderful place to live.
It is. It's a very wonderful place to live. A real hot spot at the moment. I received my honorary degree in the same arena where I used to ride barrel racing in the rodeos as a kid. It was a wonderful sort of turning of the life cycle. Yeah, we're not.
There's some noisemakers that some people have.
They are. It sounds like they all have castanets or something. Each of the houses has its own banner and those tall standards that they carry around so everyone knows where that house is. Eliot House, Adams House.
The faculty continue to file in. The stage is beginning to get crowded, which is a sign that we'll soon begin.
This is a commencement in which everyone really needs the marshals from the faculty and administration who know what they're doing and who can guide people to their seats.
Coordinating this number of people to all end up in the right place is really an extraordinary
thing. It is an amazing thing.
We should call out, by the way, Stephen Magro, who has the unbelievable job of trying to coordinate commencement not just once but twice this year.
Twice. And not only 2 commencements, but also the alumni meeting, which will be on June 3rd, a week from tomorrow. These are enormous.
Well, Stephen's a superhero of sorts, and we all are here in some ways. We are puppets in his hands in some ways.
It's a little bit past 9:30, which is when we were supposed to hear the gavel sound by the
I
sheriff.
think the procession got started a little late.
It must have gotten started
not that
a bit late.
unexpected.
That's fine.
We see the faculty continue to come in.
Yes. Luis Giron, whom I recognize there from, he is beloved of students in Romance languages, religion, comparative literature.
It's funny, many of these people we haven't seen for a couple of years.
I know, that has been
Interactions
the amazing
has just
thing.
been reduced. Faculty meetings in FAS have been on Zoom.
Yeah, we've seen our colleagues in the little squares on Zoom for, a year and a half, 2 years. It has been such a joy to see the faces of our students and faculty. In the fall, I was lecturing in a mask, and the students wore masks, and even in my seminar this spring, we proceeded with masks around the table because students actually felt this was the right thing to do. Harvard has been very, very careful, in some ways very lucky.
Some colleagues of mine from computer science are coming in.
What is the light blue? Do we know that?
What is the what?
The light blue.
I think that's Columbia. Each of the colors and patterns and hoods all have a different story, all have a different symbolic meaning. Most of the undergraduates just wear simple black robes. The master's students have a hood on. And then, of course, the PhD robes with the stripes. Some of the gentlemen standing in suits on the stage are security, members of the Harvard Police and Secret Service, because we have the Prime Minister of New Zealand here. You see right in front of the podium, below the podium is Claudine Gay, the Dean of FAS. And other faculty are slowly taking their seats on stage.
Is that the Prime Minister of New Zealand who has an unusual cape on? Something like that. So sometimes when people ask who is speaking at Harvard Commencement, there are so many answers to that question. But
the usual answer is nobody.
Well, nobody, or 3 students are speaking. There'll be 2 English addresses this morning, one from a graduate student, one from an undergraduate, and then an undergraduate Latin oration.
That Latin oration, by the way, I'm really looking forward to. We saw a little preview of it yesterday.
Yes. Oh.
It was quite extraordinary.
Yeah.
That student is a natural performer, and it will be wonderful.
And there she is, that particular cape that Jacinda.
I wonder if that's a Maori.
It must be. I mean, she has been very celebratory of the Maori heritage of New Zealand. And who is she with there? Well, we can't necessarily see. I don't. There's Laura Fisher, one of the organizers of the stage.
So the Prime Minister's faculty, the faculty member accompanying the Prime Minister is Hannah Riley Bowles from the Kennedy School. It's a great honor. Each year, each of the honorary degrees has a faculty member who's asked to guide them through commencement. It's a lovely tradition.
The seniors who line the path are so excited about seeing both faculty members, but all of the honorary degree people, some of whom they might recognize.
And there's a big block of seats in the front that is empty. I wonder, those must belong to some of the undergraduates that are lining the path.
I think so. Those are the lead houses, they say, yeah.
As I said, there's Dan Lieberman, many other faculty, colleagues of ours.
Richard Thomas in the blue there.
I see Jay Jasanoff there, famous linguist.
Yes, Jay Jasanoff.
His wife, Sheila Jasanoff, is a close colleague and friend of mine, a professor at the Harvard Kennedy School.
And their daughter, Maya Jasanoff, is a professor in history.
That's
so
right. They have
the
a real
whole
Harvard
family
tradition.
is here.
Look at those happy students. The sun has come out. It's going to be heating up a little bit. What a beautiful day.
Yeah, these chairs are for, I guess, what they call the, I mean, there are a lot of chairs to fill up there with undergraduates. And they will file in very soon. Each of the schools also has a class day, which is the big day preceding commencement, and class day exercises for the class of 2022 were here in the Tercentenary Theater yesterday afternoon. There are various speeches by members of the class and awards given to members of the class, but the principal speaker was Michelle Wu, who is the mayor of Boston, and
a graduate of law school
Harvard,
2012.
Yeah, yeah.
Right, extraordinary political leader. I expect great things from her administration.
At the law school, I believe it was Loretta Lynch, who was former Attorney General. The Kennedy School, a woman who is the president of Moldova. Each of them has their own speaker, and the class day celebrations are a major part of the festival for each of the graduate schools.
So now the faculty have all reached the stage. They're taking their seats, and now it's time for the undergraduates to finish filing in. They had lined the path, and now they are finishing their entrance, and we'll take those seats, those empty seats that we saw.
The seats at the front are going to be reserved for the class marshals and those who were awarded a
summa cum laude, the highest academic honor at Harvard, representing a very tiny percentage of the total class.
And these faculty meetings at which the honors are awarded and the degrees finally voted just took place on Monday for a Thursday commencement. So down to the wire, but the faculty celebrate that moment when they actually vote the degrees for the students they have taught. And then the degrees have to be ratified by the president and fellows of Harvard College.
So here's Adam's house. We should be here soon. We should be ready to start very soon, as soon as these undergraduates fill in and take these seats.
We often speak of one university, Harvard University, but really it is only on this commencement day that we see what one university means. The ingathering of the professional schools, of the college, of the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences, the Extension School. And when we hear the bells next time, we will begin to wrap up our phase of the commentary here, and we'll poke in a few times during the awarding of degrees and the speeches.
But mostly our commentary is done, because now we'll pass it on to the ceremony and really focus on the graduates and their achievements.
Absolutely.
So it's a celebratory day. It's a wonderful day, and it's great to be with you and to watch it with you, Diana.
It sure is, and to watch this happen. And even though we see everyone here in great array and profusion, we sometimes need to remember what William James said in his essay called The True Harvard. The true Harvard is the invisible Harvard in the souls of her truth-seeking and independent and often very solitary sons and daughters. Thoughts are the precious seeds of which our university should be growing.
So let's enjoy the commencement.
Mr. Sheriff, pray give us order.
As the High Sheriff of Middlesex County, I declare that the meeting will be in order.
Today is a day of joy and celebration for our graduates and their families. But we gather here today mindful that this is also a time of tragedy, a time of pain beyond words for families in parts of our country and parts of our world. Before we begin, may we all join in a moment of silence as our thoughts turn to those for whom these are days of heartbreak and loss, and to lives that have ended far too soon. A moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Please rise for the National Anthem, performed by Veronica Leahy, Harvard College Class of 2023, and remain standing for the Chaplain of the Day, the Reverend Judith Hanlon, who will open the exercises with prayer.
Harvard University is located on the traditional and ancestral land of the Massachusetts, the original inhabitants of what is now known as Boston and Cambridge. We pay respect to the people of the Massachusetts tribe, past and present, and honor the land itself, which remains sacred to the Massachusetts tribe and people. Shall we pray? Dear God, by whatever name you are called, God who is mystery, miraculous, yet never fully known, God of the Spirit that has blown us all together today, we are grateful for the over 8,000 students who will be known as the elite in circles of the world over, those who received a degree from Harvard, the place of truth, the quintessential original bulwark for education in America. Thank you, God, for the incredible blessings bestowed upon them on the day of their birth that has brought them to this place and this day. Thank you for parents and teachers and mentors and church leaders and neighbors and grandpas and grandmas that cheered them on and even sent money when the credit card was at max. Thank you, God, for those who came with little support, only their own grit and resolve, and the calling they sensed on the day of their birth. Thank you for all of them, gay and straight, black and white, all gender identities, all sexual orientations, immigrants and citizens alike, all whose bodies belong to them. Spirit, we thank you for Harvard University, this institution, the best of the best. Thank you, God, for a willingness to confess sins, to say sorry, and to realize the large and small ways that this institution has garnered wealth from its inception on the backs of Black human beings. Please, God, forgive us and enable all of us to participate in making it right, righteous. We pray this prayer, invoking prophets of every tradition who have brought us to this celebration. I, as a Christian pastor, pray in the name of Jesus, my radical brother, the first-century freedom fighter who knew enslavement at the hands of oppressors and occupiers. And in the name of our unfathomable God, let's celebrate good times. Come on! And amen.
To everyone who is assembled here today to celebrate the class of 2022, welcome. Congratulations to moms and dads and spouses and children and family and friends, cheerleaders and champions all. And a special congratulations, and I really mean this, to all of you who are joining us online. I actually met last week with 4 graduating seniors, all international students, and we talked about this day, and I asked them, are your families going to be with you? And unfortunately, some of them said no, because given the pandemic, some of their families could not travel and be sure that they could not only get into the country, but return home. So many of them are watching online, and I think what we should all do is now turn and wave and welcome a special hearty hello, including to the Prime Minister's father, who's also watching online from New Zealand. So on the count of 3, let's all turn towards the camera and wave. Welcome! So, as you all know, the motto of this university is Veritas. So let me begin by sharing something that actually happens to be true. The view from here is really, really amazing. I can't actually believe that we finally did it. We all managed to come together in person like this. It's just wonderful. Being here, being together at long last is frankly moving beyond words. But to our graduates, you guys did not get here alone. Nobody in the world accomplishes anything on their own. So I want to ask you now to please rise, turn and thank the people, your friends, your family, your loved ones who actually helped you to make it to this moment. Let's turn and congratulate and thank all of them for helping you all get here. Thank you. I love seeing the waves coming back in the opposite direction. So now that you're all settled in your seats, let me share another truth with you. Something very inconvenient happens when we combine a pandemic with a global supply chain shortage and problem, and that is not enough folding chairs, seats to go around. I'm not kidding you. With all the commencements that are going on and dual commencements and extended commencements just like we're doing here, we actually had problems finding enough chairs. Half of you almost wound up sitting on blankets today. I'm not going to tell you which half. Fortunately, our amazing staff, the people who really make this place run, who make it possible for all of us to gather, who support us in so many ways, figured out a way around the great seat scramble of 2022. Now, I'm telling you all of this because this is likely the last time in your lives that you almost did not get a seat. Soon, you're going to have a degree from an institution whose name is known no matter where you go in the world, an institution whose name is synonymous with excellence, ambition, achievement, and maybe some other modifiers on which we need dwell on today. You'll hear those in the future. But with your degree in hand, you may often find yourself invited to sit and stay a while, invited to share your thoughts and ideas, invited to participate, to contribute, yes, to lead. Who knows? Someday one of you may find yourself standing up here like me, welcoming a future graduating class and congratulating them on their accomplishment. Now, if that seems far-fetched, I guarantee you that when I graduated from this place, I never could have imagined this is where I would wind up. Now, what have you all to make of all that? The fact that people are going to make room for you, basically to find a seat for you. You could take that for granted. You could assume that you deserved it all along. But what a waste that would be. Today, I want to challenge you, members of the Harvard class of 2022, to save a seat for others, to make room for others, to ensure that the opportunities afforded by your education do not enrich your life alone. You will have more chances than most to make differences in the world, more opportunities to give others a chance at a better life. Take advantage of these opportunities when they arise. Whatever you do with your Harvard education, please be known as much for your humility, kindness, and concern for others as for your professional accomplishments. Recognize the role that good fortune and circumstance have played in your life, and please, please work to extend opportunity to others just as it has been extended to you. That actually is how you will sustain the pride and joy you feel today, and that's also true. Congratulations, class of 2022. You've accomplished great things just by being here, and I'm confident you're going to accomplish even more. Good luck to each and every one of you, and Godspeed. And now we will hear from the three students selected to deliver this year's orations. The Latin salutatory, in honorum Johannes Martini Annenberginesis, candidate for the degree of Bachelor of Arts in East Asian Studies, Benjamin Porteous.
Praeses Bacca, decani, professores doctissimi, hospites ter honorati, alumni alumnaeque eminentissimae, pro nobis per multa pasae familiae, et praecipue vosmet, condiscipuli carissimi, salvete! In rostra hodie ante vos ascendi, condiscipuli, ut virtutes ac mores Johannes Martini Annenbergensis laudem. Cum primum ad hanc Harvardiensem aream pervenissemus, magna cum trepidatione nos omnes illas aulae Annenbergensis januas formidabiles aperuimus. Fortunati ei, qui cum sociis ad illas januas pervenerunt contubernales fortasse, aut qui se cognoverant ex libro personarum ad cohortis Harvardianae anni bis millesimi vicesimi secundi usum compilato. Nobis qui non comitati sunt, aula Annenbergensis olis, in unda erat. Limen tamen transiuntes, huius universitatis excellentissimo civi, maximo, cartarum tractatori tironum optimo amico, praedilecto Johanni. Occurrimus. is egregia memoriae facultate praeditus ante idus septembris non solum nomina nostra, sed etiam nomina dilectarum tumarum athleticarum parentium fratrumque, verum etiam nomina carissimorum canum filiumque cognoverat. Nos quotidie in refectorio salutatione hilara, jocoque faceto, acebit. In pectore meo, hic vere, dulcissimus sonus, nostri primi in Academia Harvardiana, ani est. Ita. Tractator Anna Luisa, mater tua quid agit in Monte de Galli hiems valde crudelis est, et monuit vestimentulalia gerat. Tractator Philippi Rex salve. Tractator Minju feliciter serem proclamatorum fac. Tractator Jacobe quid expecta parumper va vosmet agite peregrinis non licet huc inire hic imaginis photographicas luce exprimere non licet non est signum vidisti sex linguis scriptum est. Quid dicebam Tractator Octavi heri catulos orsae vicisse audivi et pro te godebam. Tractator Ben, quid agis num bibliotecam ipsa ministra sarcina tua portas? Tunc, demum. Pestilentia detestabilis ingruit, nos de hac universitate amabili eiecit, orbem terrarum denique, manu dira concussit. Septem decim post menses, ad hanc aream revertissumus, in quastam platas mures fungos bellum gessimus agnovimus illas pallidas imagines olim visas in quodam mundo ficto zum landia nomine reapse corporas solida habentes condiscipulos amicosque fuisse. Unasimo, mense martis anni bis millesimi vicessimi, amisam domo, de nuo quaesivimus. Proximo autumno, semel in aulam Annenbergensem inivi ut pranderem. Johannes aberat. Maestus ex ostio postico agrediebar et ecce ibi erat cum collegis matutino otio gaudens. Johannes exclamo, Ben, haud cum tante respondet. Johannes inquam vix auribus credens mens tua plane est sicutorium memoriae nubilosum. Ridet sed eo risu domum meam de nuo repeperi.
Thank you, Ben. And thank you, John. The senior English address, The Caged Bird Sings. Candidate for the degree of Bachelor of Arts in Government, Noah Harris.
I know why the caged bird sings, wrote Maya Angelou. Growing up, I always wondered, why would a caged bird sing? What does it really mean to be caged? Simply, being caged is about confinement, whether literally or figuratively. When I was little, I was really shy. I was not comfortable speaking to people at all. When the time came to speak, I would just feel trapped. That changed when my parents helped me find my voice. They refused to allow me to be caged in any way. So, when there was an event at school, I would have to speak. If there was a play at church, I would have to act. My dad even had me in the car repeating every sentence I would hear on the news, so my voice would never feel caged again. The caged bird sings of hope. Most forms of confinement are not as manageable as shyness. I think of my ancestors who were enslaved where I am from in Mississippi. They were caged, and yet they sang. They sang spirituals such as Wade in the Water, as they worked to communicate that the water was a much more discreet route of escape for those fleeing to the north. My ancestors worked and sang in the fields so one day I could be free to pursue my dreams. When I began looking at colleges, I thought Harvard was not possible for me. It took my mom, who is a guidance counselor for over 25 years, to convince me that I was enough. We had not come this far as a family and a people for me to shy away from chasing the dreams my ancestors were never able to pursue. Because of her encouragement, I went from considering not submitting the Harvard application to being the first Black man elected student body president in Harvard College's 386-year history. The caged bird sings of resilience. Throughout this pandemic, all of us have been caged. Quarantine, masking, vaccines, and contact tracing have defined the last 2 years of our lives. We were caged, and yet we sang. We sang through our vigilance to COVID-19 protocols. We sang through a year of virtual learning with our classmates scattered across the globe. We sang for this moment in this historic theater so collectively we could soar into this world as graduates of Harvard, as graduates of truth. The caged bird sings of equality. Today, as we go beyond Harvard's gates to pursue our dreams, the only way for us to truly fly freely is for us to uplift those in our communities who are still caged. Today, I think of them. Today, I think of the Black incarcerated man who wrote me a letter from a Florida penitentiary who was jailed for 15 months without bail. before he was charged with a nonviolent drug offense. He told me to keep going so one day I could help people like him. This world expects black men to end up in prison or in a worse situation entirely. There are so many dreams this man would rather be chasing that he cannot because he is caged. But instead of writing to someone who is legally qualified to represent him, he wrote to a black man who represents the shared dreams of our people. As we graduate, we must see ourselves in those who are caged. We must use our talents to help them. But most of all, we must be willing to be proximate enough to hear the tune of their song. And when we question why anyone would have enough joy to sing while caged, they will tell us that they sing so those who fly freely will hear their story. I too know why the caged bird sings. The caged bird sings of freedom.
Thank you, Noah. The graduate English address. In exile, we become prophets. Candidate for the degree of Master of Divinity, Lindsay Sonwald.
A long while from now, living beings not yet born today will want to know. Where were you when the world stopped? It could be your future granddaughter interviewing you for her middle school research project on the coronavirus. Or perhaps you'll be writing a chapter about it in your presidential memoir. How will you tell this time? For many of us here today, we get to answer that we were students at Harvard when the world took its great pause. I've been a student at Harvard for 3 years, yet this is strangely both my first and final spring on campus. I began in the fall of 2019 as a fully embodied presence in the classrooms. And then, very suddenly, this all disappeared. When I came back to Cambridge this past fall, it felt like a reincarnation. I've been here before, I thought, in a past life. What happened? Where did we go? And what miracle is this that we get to be here together again today? Whether you started out in the flesh or on the screen, COVID-19 became an all-consuming component of your curriculum. Much of our study happened in quarantine, in a cloister called Zoom. I had already been practicing a bit of this monastic life at the Divinity School, that old place at the edge of campus where folks of every faith go in search of how to think and talk about the divine. Yeah, what's up, Div School? Not everyone knows that Harvard College was initially founded as a place to train future ministers. I am delighted to be a continuation of the original mission and love that my presence here today as a proud, queer, heathen woman and first-generation graduate All of that would probably make the original puritanical clergyman who established this institution very uncomfortable. These years, I think we were all made into ministers. We were all called to sit with great grief as we studied the self. We were all asked to make meaning of our lives when everything seemed lost. And it is my sincere belief that to have been a student during these pandemic times was an immense blessing. It taught us something about stillness, about how to listen, about how to recognize what is most precious and far too often taken for granted. This privilege of being alive. It showed us just how vulnerable we are. But here's the gift. To be made vulnerable is to become visionary. To be human is to be thrown into the deep end of mystery. We stay afloat on hope, and hope is a prophecy. Hope is an optimistic oracle telling a story. It anticipates what is possible and calls forth a better future. Hope is risky because it asks you to expose yourself, to unmute yourself, to take off your mask, turn on your camera, and tell your story. Here is a bit of mine. My great-grandmother ran away from home in Kyiv at age 18. It was called Russia back then. Legend has it she bribed a guard with a bottle of vodka to get on a boat to Manhattan. She worked as a tailor in a tenement building in the Lower East Side where she brewed moonshine in a bathtub and threw parties during Prohibition. She pulled my grandmother Sonia out of school at age 15 to help sew clothes on Delancey Street. My grandmother and great-grandmother were legit women of the cloth, not leaders of the clergy, but sacred seamstresses who knew how to stitch the fabric together. Their courage and sacrifice stitched a future for me. We are all being tasked now at mending ourselves back together so that we can stitch a world for future generations. After everything that's been sacrificed, I refuse to waste my vision endlessly thumbing a scroll of screen. We are Renaissance artists reborn after a plague. I want us to make more than memes. I want us to make masterpieces. A friend in a dream tells me now is the time we're supposed to become the people we'll be remembered as. We have never been more vulnerable than we are today. Good. May this great vulnerability turn us into great visionaries. In exile, we become prophets. We part seas. We leap. You have made a path for yourself. Now cross it. Go forth and share all that you have learned. Be contagious with your knowledge, contagious with your kindness, contagious with your enthusiasm and inspired human vision. Let us go beyond the boundaries now, and may divine truth, wisdom, and grace continue to guide our way.
gotta put one foot, and lead with love. You can't put and lead with love. Lift up your eyes, don't you despair. Look up ahead, the path is there. Oh, if you put one foot and lead, oh, just put one foot and lead with love. Don't you give up, just keep on keeping on. Oh, put one foot and lead with love. I know you're scared, and I'm scared too, but here I am, right next to you. Oh, so you put one foot and lead with love. Oh, you put one foot in front of the other and lead with love. Oh, put one foot in front and lead. Just keep on putting one foot and lead with love, and lead with love, and lead with
These addresses by selected candidates for ordinary degrees being ended, the deans of the several departments will now present to the president and fellows and to the board of overseers, in the favoring presence of the friends here assembled, the candidates on whom the various academic distinctions are, with due ceremony, to be confirmed. The Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences.
Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President, and members of the Board of Overseers. In the name of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences, and by its authority, I have the honor to report on 4 groups of candidates who will be presented to you today. First, the Dean of the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences will present candidates for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy and then the degree of Master of Arts. Next, the Dean of the School of Engineering and Applied Sciences will present candidates for the degree of Master of Science and Master of Engineering. Third, the Dean of Continuing Education and University Extension will present candidates for the degree of Bachelor of Liberal Arts and Master of Liberal Arts in Extension Studies. Finally, near the end of these exercises, the seniors in Harvard College who are candidates for the first degree in arts and in science will stand proudly before you. The candidates in each of these groups have, by vote of the faculty, fulfilled the requirements for the degrees for which they are severally recommended. I salute all of these individuals, trusting that they will forever wisely enjoy the freedoms that their education has given them, while bearing the responsibilities that their learning demands of them. Each of these groups will now be introduced by the deans responsible for the programs in which they have been enrolled.
Candidates for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy will rise. The Dean of the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences.
Mr. President, Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President, and members of the Board of Overseers, as Dean of the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences, I have the honor to present to you these scholars, all of whom have devoted themselves to the rigorous pursuit of advanced study, have attained high distinction, and have made original contributions to knowledge in their several fields of scholarship.
By virtue of authority delegated to me and recognizing your high academic achievements, I confer on you the degrees of Doctor of Philosophy and welcome you to the ancient and universal company of scholars and entrust to you the free inquiry of future generations. Congratulations.
Candidates from the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences for the degree of Master of Arts will rise. The Dean of the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences.
Mr. President, Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President, and members of the Board of Overseers, as Dean of the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences, I have the honor to present to you these candidates, all of whom have completed a commendable step of advanced study in their respective disciplines.
By virtue of authority delegated to me, I confer on you the degree of Master of Arts and certify that you have surmounted with distinction an important stage of graduate study. Congratulations.
Candidates from the School of Engineering and Applied Sciences for the degrees of Master of Science and Master of Engineering will rise. The Dean of the School of Engineering and Applied Sciences.
Mr. President, Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President, members of the Board of Overseers. As Dean of the School of Engineering and Applied Sciences, it is my honor to present to you these degree candidates who have achieved a commendable step in their advanced studies in engineering and applied sciences. They stand ready to address societal challenges through foundational science with translational impact. And a special shout out to Frankie Doyle. Proud of you, buddy.
By virtue of authority delegated to me, I confer on you the degree of Master of Science or Master of Engineering and certify that you have surmounted with distinction an important stage of graduate study. Congratulations.
Candidates for the degrees of Bachelor of Liberal Arts and Master of Liberal Arts in Extension Studies will rise. the Dean of Continuing Education and University Extension.
Mr. President and Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President and members of the Board of Overseers, as Dean of Continuing Education and University Extension, I have the honor to present to you these lifelong learners who, through their ability, curiosity, and drive, are candidates for the degrees of Bachelor of Liberal Arts and Master of Liberal Arts in Extension Studies.
By virtue of authority delegated to me, I confer on you the degree of Bachelor of Liberal Arts or Master of Liberal Arts in Extension Studies and admit you to the Fellowship of Educated Individuals. Congratulations to all.
the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine.
Mr. President, Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President, members of the Board of Overseers, in the name of the Faculty of Medicine and by its authority, it's my honor to report today that two groups of candidates in the fields of medicine and dental medicine have fulfilled the requirements of the faculty for the degrees for which they are recommended. They will be introduced to you by the deans responsible for the programs in which they are enrolled.
Candidates for the degrees of Doctor of Dental Medicine, Doctor of Medical Sciences, and Master of Medical Sciences will rise. The Dean of the School of Dental Medicine.
Mr. President and Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President and the members of the Board of Overseers, as Dean of the School of Dental Medicine, I have the honor to present to you these degree candidates, each of whom has devoted 4 years to the study of dental medicine, or at least 3 years to postdoctoral studies aimed at improving human health and quality of life.
By virtue of authority delegated to me, I confer on you the degree of Doctor of Dental Medicine, Doctor of Medical Sciences, or Master of Medical Sciences, and declare that you are qualified for practice and research in a demanding branch of medicine. Congratulations.
Candidates for the degrees of Doctor of Medicine, Master of Medical Sciences, Master of Bioethics, Master of Biomedical Informatics, Master of Healthcare Quality and Safety, and Master in Clinical Service Operations will rise. The Dean for Medical Education.
Mr. President and Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President and members of the Board of Overseers, as Dean for Medical Education, I have the honor to present to you these degree candidates who have dedicated themselves to the relief of human suffering and prepared themselves well for a life of learning and service in medicine.
By virtue of authority delegated to me, I confer on you the degree of Doctor of Medicine or the other degrees in medicine for which your studies have qualified you, and declare that you are ready to pursue and advance an honorable and merciful calling. Congratulations.
Candidates for the degrees of Master of Theological Studies, Master of Divinity, Master of Theology, Doctor of Theology, and Master of Religion in Public Life will rise. The Dean of the Faculty of Divinity.
Mr. President, Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President, members of the Board of Overseers, as Dean of the Faculty of Divinity, I have the honor to present to you these degree candidates, each of whom has devoted 1, 2, 3, or more years to religious and theological studies in preparation for careers as leaders in scholarship and vocations of service.
By virtue of authority delegated to me, I confer on you the degree of Master of Theological Studies, Master of Divinity, Master of Theology, Doctor of Theology, or Master of Religion in Public Life, and declare that you are well prepared to foster the health and vitality of communities of faith, to further scholarship in religious studies, and to help in shaping the shared values of the broader society. Congratulations.
Candidates for the degrees of Doctor of Law, Master of Laws, and Doctor of Juridical Science will rise. The Dean of the Faculty of Law.
Mr. President and Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President and members of the Board of Overseers, as Dean of the Faculty of Law, I have the honor to present to you these students. each of whom has completed a degree in legal studies towards the end of advancing justice and promoting the rule of law.
By virtue of authority delegated to me, I confer on you the degree of Doctor of Law, Master of Laws, or Doctor of Juridical Science, and declare that you are ready to aid in the shaping and application of those wise restraints that make us free. Congratulations.
Candidates for the degree of Master in Business Administration will rise. The Dean of the Faculty of Business Administration.
Mr. President and Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President and members of the Board of Overseers, as Dean of the Faculty of Business Administration, I have the honor to present to you these degree candidates who have mastered the study of business administration and prepared themselves to be leaders who will make a difference in the world.
By virtue of authority delegated to me, I confer on you the degree of Master in Business Administration and testify that you are ready to lead people and organizations in enterprises that will serve society. Congratulations.
Candidates for the several degrees in architecture, landscape architecture, urban design, urban planning, design, and design engineering will rise. The Dean of the Faculty of Design.
Mr. President and Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President and members of the Board of Overseers, as Dean of the Faculty of Design, I have the honor to present to you these fabulous candidates, each of whom has qualified for a master's degree in architecture, landscape architecture, urban design, urban planning, or design studies, or for a master's degree in design engineering conferred in collaboration with the School of Engineering and Applied Sciences, or for the degree of Doctor in Design.
By virtue of the authority delegated to me, I confer on you the degree for which your studies have qualified you, and declare that your competence to lead in shaping the spaces in which we live. Congratulations to all.
Candidates for the several degrees in public health will rise. The Academic Dean of the Faculty of Public Health.
Mr. President and Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President and members of the Board of Overseers, as Dean for Academic Affairs at the School of Public Health, I have the honor to present to you these students, each of whom has qualified for a master's degree or doctor's degree, to provide leadership, advance knowledge, and now, more than ever, to improve the public's health.
By virtue of authority delegated to me, I confer on you the degrees in public health for which your studies have qualified you, and declare that you are well prepared to generate and utilize knowledge to improve health throughout the world, and that world has never needed you more. Congratulations.
Candidates for the degrees of Master of Education, Doctor of Education, and Doctor of Education leadership will rise. The Dean of the Faculty of Education.
Mr. President and Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President and members of the Board of Overseers, as Dean of the Faculty of Education, I have the pure honor to present these degree candidates who will change the world through education.
By virtue of authority delegated to me, I confer on you the degree of Master of Education, Doctor of Education, or Doctor of Educational Leadership, and declare that you are well prepared to guide and serve the learning needs of contemporary society. Congratulations.
Candidates for the degrees of Master in Public Administration, Master in Public Administration in International Development, and Master in Public Policy will rise. The Dean of the Faculty of Government.
Mr. President and Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President and members of the Board of Overseers, as Dean of the Faculty of Government, I have the distinct honor to present to you these degree candidates, each of whom is qualified to provide leadership in public service.
By virtue of authority delegated to me, I confer on you the degrees for which your studies have qualified you, and testify that you are well prepared to serve as public leaders and improve public policy and administration throughout the world. Congratulations.
candidates for the degree of Bachelor of Arts or of Science will rise. Their chosen representatives, together with candidates for those degrees summa cum laude, will draw near. The Dean of Harvard College.
Mr. President, Fellows of Harvard College, Madam President, and members of the Board of Overseers, as Dean of Harvard College, I have the honor to present to you these students, each of whom has fulfilled the faculty's requirements for the first degree in arts or in science. Each candidate stands ready to advance knowledge, to promote understanding, and to serve society.
By virtue of authority delegated to me, I confer on you the first degree in arts or in science and admit you to the fellowship of educated individuals. Congratulations.
Okay, you can all. Go ahead, you can go out. Back to your seats. Yeah. Okay,
Okay, guys, you can return to your seats. Congratulations.
They had to hear it from you. Mark, where will the singers be? Can I get them started now? Okay.
We now welcome several members of the Harvard College classes of 2022 and 2023 to perform Dive with music and lyrics by Julia Rue, class of 2022.
My bag is packed, the journey's on, the plan is set. It's time to act, soon I'll be gone, I won't forget. Thank you, friends, for the memories, you'll be in my mind. Now I've got a life to find, and all of the fish in the sea can't stop me. All of the waves in the world can't rock me. I'm on a mission, and gee, just watch me go. Dive, all that's left is the dive. Don't forget to close your eyes and hold your breath. Ready, set, take the dive. So take one step and take it in before you say goodbye. And taste that sweetness in that second when you start to fly. Hello world, hello future, hello brand new life. I bet the folks in the streets will smile. How do you do? Say it's been a while. I know this journey's worth every mile and more. Dive, all that's left is the dive. Hold your breath, now just take the plunge and say a prayer. Soon enough you'll make it there. Make it there. And when you're standing at the edge with both your feet up on the ledge, don't hold back, don't have fear. Just let your inhibitions disappear. I've waited all of my life, and now it's finally time. I'm running towards a world I'll soon call mine. I'm on my way, and now I swear I'm coming soon. I'll be right there. I'll leap into the open air and take the dive.
Thank you very much to our extraordinarily talented students. By virtue of the authority delegated to me by the two governing boards, I now confer the following honorary degrees. The provost will introduce the candidates.
Our first honored guest is widely known as the Ebola hunter. He was born in rural Zaire, now the Democratic Republic of Congo. The son of a poor farmer, he earned his medical degree in Zaire and his PhD in Belgium, and rose to become one of Africa's foremost biomedical researchers. In 1976, as one of his country's few virologists, he ventured into the Congolese rainforests and risked his own health while playing a leading role in discovering Ebola, since recognized as one of the world's deadliest viruses. For nearly half a century, he has been a tireless leader in fighting the disease, combating at least 10 outbreaks in the DRC and beyond. For 5 decades, says his Congolese countryman, the Nobel Peace Laureate Denis Mukwege, He has been a model of excellence for humanity as he gives hope to the most vulnerable. Recently, he co-invented the monoclonal antibody treatment known as Ebola, a major advance in the battle against Ebola. In the lab, in the ward, and in the field, he has been a force over decades in fighting a range of infectious diseases while inspiring new generations of scientists. And since 2020, he has stepped up to lead his country's fight against COVID-19. Past dean and longtime professor at the University of Kinshasa Medical School, he is General Director of the DRC's National Institute for Biomedical Research and inaugural President of the Congolese Academy of Science. We honor a scientist of courage and compassion, Jean-Jacques Muyembe Tamfum.
Formidable in fighting a fearsome virus, resolute in pursuit of treatment and cures, from rainforests to research labs, in clinics and councils, his mind, heart, and voice have saved precious lives. Jean-Jacques Muyembe Tamfum, Doctor of Science.
Her lifelong love of history began over the kitchen table as she listened to stories told by her mother and grandmother. She grew up in Florida, often attending 2 or 3 schools a year as her parents moved from place to place. She went to Gulf Coast Community College, then Florida State, and then to Stanford for her PhD. Decades later, she is renowned as a pioneering figure in Latina and Chicana studies. A scholar who has shed fresh light on the lives of strong, resilient women whom history long overlooked. Through books including From Out of the Shadows and the landmark encyclopedia, Latinas in the United States, no historian has contributed more to understanding the complex web of the Latina experience, one colleague has said. Take any topic on why and how immigrants come to the U.S., settle, form communities, and help shape American culture and society, another says, and you will find she has enlightened us. Her influence spans Latina and Chicana history, gender studies, labor history, immigration studies, and the history of the American West. Her leadership roles have included the presidencies of the American Historical Association, the Organization of American Historians, the American Studies Association, and the Berkshire Conference of Women Historians. Her honors include the National Humanities Medal. A mentor, admired by her students for her gentle heart, as well as her ruthless pen, she has transformed our understanding of the experience of immigrants in the United States and shown how stories can shape our lives and dreams. We honor and we welcome from the University of California, Irvine, Vicki Lynn Ruiz.
Fabled founding mother of Latina studies, weaving spirit threads of memory into tapestries of tenacity, she draws stories of food workers, field hands, and flappers from out of the shadows and into the light. Vicki Lynn Ruiz, Doctor of Laws.
What does Greek tragedy teach us about goodness? Why does democracy need the humanities? How does love influence the pursuit of justice? How can we understand the intelligence of emotions? What are our ethical responsibilities to our fellow animals? These are but a few of the many profound questions that have engaged the capacious intellect of our next honorand, one of the nation's most prolific and thought-provoking humanistic scholars. She is a philosopher known for looking at human life from the inside, not from any great heights of abstraction. Her writings have been described as extraordinarily perceptive about human emotions and vulnerability, and attentive to the realities of human situations and social interactions. She is known, among other things, for the capabilities approach, a way of evaluating human well-being that begins with a commitment to the equal dignity of all people, whatever their class, religion, caste, race, or gender, and focuses on the capabilities that enable people to lead full and fulfilling lives. Educated at Wellesley, NYU, and Harvard, she served on the faculties of Harvard and Brown before launching a long career at the University of Chicago, where she holds an uncommon panoply of academic appointments in philosophy, in law, in classics, in divinity, in political science, and in Southern Asian studies. Her books and articles could fill a small library. Her awards read like a catalog of academic honors. We are pleased to add a second Harvard doctorate to the list. We honor Martha Nussbaum.
Ethicist, classicist, humanist. prolific, polymathic, profound, a worldly wise scholar of capacious capabilities who illuminates our thinking on how one should live. Martha Craven Nussbaum, Doctor of Laws.
Raised in the small mining town of Blairsville, Pennsylvania, he grew up in poverty, sharing a bedroom with 5 siblings. The vegetables in our garden, he recalls, literally kept us from starving. Educated at Wilberforce, Bowling Green, and Washington State, he went on to become one of America's most important, intrepid, and influential scholars of race, poverty, joblessness, and inequality. In books, including Power, Racism, and Privilege, The Declining Significance of Race, The Truly Disadvantaged, When Work Disappears, and The Bridge Over the Racial Divide, he has incisively shaped our understanding of the lives of Americans, especially poor Black Americans who inhabit the inner city. He has powerfully shown how, even after the removal of many overt racial barriers, the effects of centuries-long discrimination persist to this day. His advice has been long sought by presidents and policymakers. He has been a staunch advocate for redressing racial inequality by building interracial coalitions. He has championed the power of education to create opportunity and the power of jobs to invigorate communities. Past president of the American Sociological Association and recipient of its highest lifetime honor, the W.E.B. Du Bois Award, he is one of the rare sociologists to be honored with the National Medal of Science. The honor recognized his unwavering dedication to the proposition that rigorous social science will improve his fellow Americans' lives. We salute an esteemed member of the Harvard community, the Geyser University Professor Emeritus, William Julius Wilson.
Casting light on the plight of the truly disadvantaged, discerning what happens when work disappears, a deep and dauntless scholar whose ideas enlighten policy, envisioning a bridge over the racial divide. William Julius Wilson, Doctor of Laws.
There is an old song lyric, written in fact by Leonard Bernstein, Harvard class of 1939. Why, oh why, oh why, oh, why did I ever leave Ohio? In the case of our next honored guest, the answer is clear. To become a singular, steadfast advocate for gender equality in the United States and around the world. Ms. Magazine, the Women's Action Alliance, the National Women's Political Caucus, URGE, the Women's Media Center, the Ms. Foundation for Women, Take Our Daughters to Work Day, Equality Now, Direct Impact Africa. She has played a trailblazing role in launching all of these enterprises and far more. Born in Toledo, she went to college at Smith, spent 2 years on a fellowship in India, and moved to New York. After helping launch New York Magazine, she became a driving force behind Ms. Magazine, a publication at the heart of the women's rights movement. Across half a century, she has been one of America's most vigorous and visible leaders in the pursuit of equal rights for women, honored in 2013 with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Together with her organizing and advocacy, she has written best-selling books and scores of articles and earned numerous awards for her journalism. Her remarkable life has been featured in several films and a stage play. She has also co-produced documentaries on child abuse and violence against women. One colleague put it this way: she is more than a feminist, more than an activist, a writer, an entrepreneur, much more than an icon or a hero. She is indelible and irreplaceable. We honor Gloria Steinem.
Iconic champion of women's rights, serial entrepreneur of social change, whose ardent organizing and potent prose have engendered historic strides toward equality for all. Gloria Marie Steinem, Doctor of Humane Letters.
In these extraordinary times, amid extraordinary circumstances, we now break from tradition to confer an honorary degree on a distinguished individual who until very recently planned to be with us today, but who cannot, and who we trust will visit us on a future occasion as he has done in the past. One profile writer described him this way: I've heard him compared to a force of nature, the Energizer Bunny, Luke Skywalker, King Louis XIV, and a hurricane of love. He is a world-renowned chef and restaurateur. Even more, he is a world-class humanitarian. Born in Spain, he studied at culinary school, then trained at the famous El Bulli restaurant. He immigrated to New York at age 21 and soon emerged as one of his generation's most celebrated and innovative culinary talents. His Think Food group has grown to include some 30 restaurants coast to coast, homes for eclectic, often avant-garde cuisine that draws on the traditions of his native Spain. His 2 Michelin star restaurant, Minibar, serves only 6 people at a time. But his vastly ambitious nonprofit, World Central Kitchen, has served more than 70 million meals to people around the globe. It grew out of his emergency efforts to feed victims of the earthquake that devastated Haiti in 2010. It has since expanded into a global enterprise that aims to empower communities, build resistant food systems, and provide food relief to people in dire need. It has come to the aid of people amid crises around the world, from Puerto Rico to the Philippines, from Mozambique to Indonesia, in the COVID pandemic and beyond. Most recently, in a remarkable display of courage and compassion, World Central Kitchen, led by our Honorary, has played a critical role in serving more than 300,000 meals a day to people afflicted by the war in Ukraine. He continues to lead that vital effort right now. His many accolades include the National Humanities Medal. And in his spare time, he has guest lectured about the wonders of gelatin in the Science and Cooking course here at Harvard. With relish and gusto, and with applause that we hope he can hear from afar, we honor Jose Andres.
A Michelin man who never tires. A Picasso of paella, whose tapas are tops. With plates of hope for people in need, he taps food's power to serve the world. Jose Ramon Andres Puerta, Doctor of Humane Letters. Alan, one moment. Jose, I hope you are watching us online. If you are, we wish you good fortune, good speed as you feed the hungry in Ukraine. Thank you for your good effort.
We turn to our final honored guest. She was born and raised on New Zealand's North Island. She worked at the Golden Kiwi Fish and Chip Shop as a teenager, excelled on her school's debate team, and developed an early interest in politics, joining the Labour Party at age 17. She earned her bachelor's degree from the University of Waikato. After university, she served on the staff of Prime Minister Helen Clark, then worked in the British Cabinet Office in London. And she volunteered at a soup kitchen in New York. She returned to New Zealand, and at age 28, she became a member of Parliament. Rumor has it that she auditioned for a role in the film version of The Lord of the Rings, alas, without success. But her political career encountered no such obstacles, and in 2017, at age 37, she became the 40th Prime Minister of New Zealand. Becoming one of the youngest heads of government in the world, soon to emerge among the most widely admired. She was re-elected in 2020 to a second term. She serves concurrently as her nation's Associate Minister for Arts, Culture, and Heritage, Minister for Child Poverty Reduction, and Minister for National Security and Intelligence. She has stepped up her nation's efforts to confront climate change. She has been a clear and forceful voice for gender equity and economic opportunity. She has worked energetically to combat poverty among children. She led her nation's healing in the wake of the terrorist shootings at the Christchurch mosques, the worst massacre in modern New Zealand history. And in recent years, she has guided her country through the vicissitudes of the COVID pandemic. Through all of this and more, she has personified inclusive, energetic, pragmatic leadership, leading her nation with agility, compassion, and strength. I really rebel against this idea that politics has to be a place full of ego, where you're constantly focused on scoring hits against each one another, she has said. Yes, we need a robust democracy, but you can be strong and you can be kind. We warmly welcome and we rightly honor the Right Honorable Jacinda Ardern.
Her leadership style sends a powerful message. It's key we be both strong and kind, inclusive and empathic, hopeful and pragmatic. She guides a proud nation with new zeal and vision. Jacinda Kate Laurel Ardern, Doctor of Laws. In the name of this Society of Scholars, I declare that these persons are entitled to the rights and privileges pertaining to their several degrees, and that their names are to be forever borne on its roll of honorary members. It's now my privilege, actually I'm going to repeat that. It's now my privilege to invite one of our honored guests to address this assembly. Graduates, family, colleagues, friends, let us welcome the 40th Prime Minister of New Zealand, the Right Honourable Jacinda Ardern.
E oku manukura nā pauhaimata o tēnā here. Te piku o tu mahuru, tira te tipu o te rākau. E tupu, e rea, ka putu, ka ora, tēnā koutou katoa. President Bakau, Provost Garber, governing boards and deans, and most importantly, graduates. In Te Reo Māori, the language of the Indigenous people of Aotearoa, New Zealand, I pay tribute to all of the esteemed guests who stand here in this great forest of knowledge. I am truly privileged to be here, and I thank you for the honour. There are some moments in life that make the world feel small and connected. This is not one of them. I'm used to walking into a room in New Zealand and knowing at least someone. It is one of the beautiful things about a small country like my own. And while this moment feels incredibly daunting to me right now, I do take comfort knowing there are around 30 New Zealanders studying here. And statistically, at least one of them will be my cousin. But then there are some moments that serve to remind you that despite distance, despite vastly different histories and experiences, there are many things that connect us. In June 1989, the Prime Minister of Pakistan stood on this spot and delivered the commencement address titled, "Democratic Nations Must Unite." She spoke about her journey, the importance of citizenry, representative government, human rights, and democracy. I met Benazir Bhutto in Geneva in June of 2007. We both attended a conference that drew together progressive parties from around the world. 7 months later, she was assassinated. Now, there will be opinions and differing perspectives written about all of us as political leaders. Two things that history will not contest about Benazir Bhutto. She was the first Muslim female Prime Minister elected in an Islamic country when women in power was a rare thing. She was also the first to give birth in office. The second and only other leader to have given birth in office almost 30 years later was me. My daughter, Neve Tiaraha Ardern Gayford, was born on the 21st of June 2018, Benazir Bhutto's birthday. The path she carved as a woman feels as relevant today as it was decades ago. And so too is the message she shared here in this place. She said, partway through her speech in 1989, the following: "We must realize that democracy can be fragile." Now, I read those words as I sat in my office in Wellington, New Zealand, a world away from Pakistan. And while the reasons that gave rise to her words then were vastly different, they still ring true. Democracy can be fragile. This imperfect but precious way that we organize ourselves, that is being created to give equal voice to the weak and to the strong, that is designed to help drive consensus, it is fragile. For years, it feels as though we have assumed that the fragility of democracy was determined by duration, that somehow the strength of your democracy was like a marriage. The longer you'd been in it, the more likely it was to stick. But that takes so much for granted. It ignores the fact that the foundation of a strong democracy includes trust in institutions, experts, and government, and that this can be built up over decades but torn down in mere years. It takes for granted that a strong democracy relies on debate and dialogue, and even the oldest regimes can seek to control these forums, and the youngest can seek to liberate them. It ignores what happens when, regardless of how long your democracy has been tried and tested, when facts are turned into fiction and fiction turned into fact, you stop debating ideas and you start debating conspiracy. It ignores the reality of what we are now confronted by every single day. Forgive me while I take a water break. You know it's a nice crowd when a drink of water elicits applause. So. Now, where I come from, we have a parliamentary representative democracy. Without giving you a litany of fun facts on New Zealand that you're unlikely to need again, here is the very brief version. We have a mixed member proportional system, which essentially means every vote counts, and it's ensured that our parliament better reflects our communities. Almost 50% of our parliament are women. Almost 20% are Māori, the Indigenous people of New Zealand. And our Deputy Prime Minister is a proud gay man and sits among several other rainbow parliamentarians. In the past 10 years, we have passed laws that include everything from the introduction of gay marriage and the banning of conversion therapy, right through to embedding a 1.5-degree climate change target into law, banning military-style semi-automatics and assault rifles, and the decriminalisation of abortion. These are significant issues, and they have not been without debate and difference. But they are all examples of times where we have navigated times of deep change without, for the most part, leaving deep rifts. But we have also seen the opposite, whether it's democratic elections that erupt into violence or the COVID crisis emerging, and exposing mistrust of experts, institutions and governments. Western democracies are seeing it and experiencing examples, and New Zealand is no different. Now, I will admit feeling some trepidation entering a discussion on how we strengthen our democracies, when this issue is so easily and wrongly distorted into being opposed to free speech. But that fear is overshadowed by a greater fear of what will happen to our democracies if we don't act to firm up our foundations. If we don't find once again our ability to argue our corners, yes, with the passion and fire that conviction brings, but without the vitriol, hate and violence. If we don't find a way to ensure difference, that space where perspectives, experience and debate give rise to understanding and compromise, doesn't instead become division, the place of entrenchment, where dialogue departs, solutions shatter, and a crevice between us becomes so deep that no one dares cross to the other side. We are at a precipice. And rather than ask what caused it today, I want to talk about how we address it. Now, I'm not an academic. I accept that the robes on this occasion aren't exactly truth in advertising. Rather, I am a politician from Morrinsville. As a point of geographic reference, it's right next to Hobbiton. I'm not actually joking. But in that small rural town of 5,000 people, where I spent most of my formative years and will forever love for what it gave me, I lived in that important space that sits between difference and division. I was raised a Mormon in a town where the dominant religions were Catholic, Anglican, and rugby. I was a woman interested in politics, left-wing politics, in a region that had never in its entire democratic history elected anyone other than a conservative candidate. Now, these differences were a part of my identity, but never a source of isolation. But I am old, and unquestionably, things have changed. In fact, mine is the generation that sat on the cusp of the internet age. I remember the first person in my school who had access to the internet. Her name was Fiona Lindsay. Her father was the local accountant. After he shut the office for the day, we would get the key and log on to his massive desktop computers with screens so wide that the desks were tiered to fit the whole thing in. It was the 1990s. The interface, and even what we used the internet for in those days, was different. For a time, it was almost as if the directory for this vast landscape didn't exist. It was a modern ham radio. You would dial in and talk to someone, anyone. It was a spontaneity of connection that in some ways mirrored real life. But as the opportunities to connect expanded, humans did what we have always done. We organized ourselves. Social media platforms were born, offering the promise of connection and reconnection. We logged on in our billions, forming tribes and sub-tribes. We published our thoughts, feelings, and ideas freely. We found a place to share information, facts, fiction dressed up as facts, memes, and more cat videos than you ever thought possible. We found a place to experience new ways of thinking and to celebrate our difference, but increasingly, we use it to do neither of those things. Now, I doubt anyone here has ever created a group titled Political Views I Disagree With but Choose to Enter into Respectful Dialogue With to Better Understand Alternative Perspectives. As humans, we are naturally predisposed to reinforce our own views, to gather with people like us and avoid that dreaded sense of cognitive dissonance. We seek validation, confirmation, reinforcement. Increasingly, with the help of algorithms, what we seek, we are served, sometimes before we even know we're looking. Now, I'm not here to argue that social media is good nor bad, it's a tool. And as with anything, it's the rules of the game and the way we engage with it that matters. But social media matters a lot, and perhaps much more than we thought. On the 15th of March 2019, 51 people were killed in a terrorist attack on 2 mosques in Christchurch, New Zealand. The entire brutal act was live streamed on social media. The Royal Commission that followed found that the terrorist responsible was radicalised online. Now, in the aftermath of New Zealand's experience, we felt a sense of responsibility. We knew that we needed significant gun reform, and so that is what we did. But we also knew that if we wanted genuine solutions to the issue of violent extremism online, it would take government, civil society, and the tech companies to come together and change the landscape. And the result was the Christchurch call to action. And while much has changed as a result, important things haven't. The time has come for social media companies and other online providers to recognise their power and to act on it. That means upholding their own basic terms of service. That means recognising the role they play in constantly curating and shaping the online environments that we're in. That algorithmic processes make choices and decisions for us, what we see and where we are directed. And at best, that means that the user experience is personalised. But at worst, it means the user experience can be radicalised. It means that there is a pressing and urgent need for responsible algorithm development and deployment. Now, we have the forums for online providers and social media companies to work on these issues alongside civil society and governments. And we have every reason to do it. Let's start with transparency and how algorithmic processes work and the outcomes they deliver. But let's finish with a shared approach to responsible algorithms, because the time has come. But the tech companies, they are only part of the answer. What we do as individuals in these spaces matters too. Our willingness to recognise our own preconceived ideas, the level of critique we apply to what we engage with, and how we uphold our basic sense of humanity when interacting with others. There's a term that gets thrown around a lot: keyboard warrior. It's used to refer to someone who makes aggressive or abusive posts online, often anonymously. Now, I like the name. In my mind, when I read something especially horrific on my feed, I imagine it's written by a lone person unacquainted with personal hygiene practices, dressed in a poorly fitted superhero costume, one that is baggy in all the wrong places. Now, keyboard warrior or not, though, it's still something that has been written by a human, and it's something that's been read by one too. Now, I do my own social media. I always have. After all, it has been described as the new town square. But we all know that it's more than just news and information being shared these days. Recently, I had the privilege of joining ex-German Chancellor Angela Merkel on a panel. Now, I've long been in awe of her leadership, not least for her endurance. She was in power for 16 years. I once asked her how she managed it. Her response was, quote, "Things have changed a lot." In the panel discussion, she reflected on some of that change by commenting that, quote, "In the old days, we had certain events that happened in societies, and Television reported it, and the next day everyone talked about it. Today, even that simple act has changed. What we consider to be the mainstream media outlets have proliferated, but ownership structures have not. Mainstream media have layers of accountabilities and journalistic expectation that others who also present information to us don't. There is competition in advertising revenue with subscription services and paywalls, all to aid in the survival of the fittest, with fittest now defined by how easy it is to monetize your content. And in amongst all of that lies the fact we're not talking about how we access information to inform debate, but whether you can call it information at all. Now, there are those far more learned than I who will argue where the source of the scourge of disinformation lies. Within your own campus, you have those who will argue that the current problems of disinformation are not the result of algorithms or trolls, but of, quote, asymmetric media structures, decades in the making. I'm not here to argue either way, because at its heart, what we're in the middle of is not really a new problem. Thomas Rid argues that the modern era of disinformation began in the early 1920s, during the Great Depression. In an era of journalism transformed by radio, newly cutthroat and, quote, fast-paced. He goes on to argue that it's since come in waves, including in the mid-2010, with disinformation reborn and reshaped by new technologies and internet culture. Others point to the acceleration of the information and disinformation flow that comes with each new technology that enables mass duplication and distribution, from photocopiers to cassette tapes. The only thing that has changed is speed. But as Rid concludes, either way, the stakes are, quote, enormous. For disinformation corrodes the foundation of our liberal democracy, our ability to assess facts on their merits and to adjust course accordingly. Now, I accept the picture I'm painting may seem overwhelming and insurmountable and a little bit grim, but I'm an optimist at heart. And while we cannot change everything about the environment we are in, we can change ourselves to build greater strength and resilience in spite of the headwinds around us. And I see examples of that every day. Leah Bell and Waimarama Anderson were two young students from a public school in New Zealand called Otorohanga College. Now, they couldn't understand why every young New Zealander didn't learn at school about New Zealand history, including the New Zealand Wars, conflict between British and colonial troops and Māori in the 19th century. Now, these two students pushed for change, presenting a petition to Parliament, and they succeeded. Next year, for the first time, our young people are universally learning about their past, their culture, and their history. But what is important here is just not what our young people learn, but how. In a disinformation age, we need to learn how to analyse and critique information. Now, that doesn't mean teaching mistrust, but rather, as my old history teacher, Mr. Fountain, extolled, to, quote, understand the limitations of a single piece of information, and that there is always a range of perspectives on events and decisions. Our history shows us the importance of this, but so too does our present. You are and will always be surrounded by bias. You will continue to be exposed to disinformation. And over time, the noise you are surrounded by will probably only get worse. And perhaps that is why, when your own constitution was adopted, Benjamin Franklin was asked what had been created, and he replied, quote, a republic if you can keep it. If you can keep it. Yes, diversity of voice in mainstream media matters. The responsibility of social media matters. Teaching our kids to deal with disinformation and the role we play as leaders, it all matters, but so do you. how you choose to engage with information, deal with conflict, how you confront debate, how you choose to address being baited or hated, it all matters. In the overwhelming challenges that lay in front of us and our constant efforts to reach into the systems, the structures, the power, don't overlook the simple act that are right in front of you. The impact that we each have as individuals. To make a choice to treat difference with empathy and with kindness. Those values that exist in the space between difference and division, the very things we teach our children, but then view as weakness in our leaders. The issues we navigate as a society, after all, will only intensify. The disinformation will only increase. The pull into the comfort of our tribes will be magnified. But we have it within us to ensure that that doesn't mean we fracture. We are richer for our difference and poorer for our division. Through genuine debate and dialogue, through rebuilding trust and information and one another, through empathy, let us reclaim the space in between. After all, there are some things in this life that make the world feel small and connected. Let kindness be one of them.
Thank you, Prime Minister Ardern, for your insightful and inspiring words and for the privilege of your presence with us today. The Commencement Choir will lead us in the singing of Fair Harvard. Next, the Pusey Minister will pronounce the benediction. The commencement exercises then being ended, the Sheriff of Middlesex County will declare the meeting adjourned. The audience is requested to remain seated until the President and Fellows and their guests have withdrawn from the platform.
It is my privilege to draw our ceremonies toward a close this day with words of benediction and blessing. In its ancient roots, the act of benediction does not confer goodness, it honors it. Blessing is a way of seeing, not a way of making things good, but of recognizing what already is good. In that ancient spirit, then, class of 2022, and on behalf of the colleagues and honored guests on these steps, on behalf of the family and friends who crowd this tercentenary theater this day, and those who are watching from near and from far, let me say, I see you. We see you. We see how good you are. Bless you for all you have given to this university these last years. Rarely in the history of this aged institution has a group of students faced as much disruption, unrest, and dis-ease. Rarely has a group of students met tumult with such grace. Bless you for your intelligence, for the insight you brought to your studies, as well as for the understanding with which you reckoned our upturned world. Bless you for your diligence, for the rigor of your scholarship, as well as for the energy with which you have met each mounting obstacle. Bless you for your resilience, for your resolve in wrestling with stubborn intellectual problems, as well as for your persistence in facing the material and moral challenges of each day. Bless you for your courage, for braving grief and fear and uncertainty and catastrophe and loss. Bless you for your courage. Harvard graduates, our world is deeply broken in manifold ways. We must acknowledge that our shouts of celebration today, as good and worthy as they are, join cries of anguish echoing from Uvalde and Buffalo and Laguna Woods and countless other places. They join cries of sadness and despair rising from sites of violence around this wide earth, indeed rising from the earth itself. You class of 2022, you have blessed us with your intelligence, your diligence, your resilience, your courage. We have seen these blessings. We see you. We also see a world in desperate need of your gifts, in desperate need of intelligence and diligence and resilience and courage. Having blessed us here, you now are charged with the duty of blessing the world. The need is desperate and immense, but the task could not fall to a better or better prepared group of people. Dear graduates, our class of 2022, may you enjoy every blessing this day and always. Now, go in peace and become for our world the blessing you have been to us.
As the High Sheriff of Middlesex County, I declare that the meeting will be adjourned.
Another
There it is.
commencement.
I mean, a real commencement festival this morning in this throng at the Tercentenary Theater.
Kindness,
Unbelievable. Empathy. The fragility of democracy.
The fragility of democracy and the importance of dialogue, debate, confronting those we disagree with.
Engaging them, yeah.
What an inspiring talk
What an
from the Prime
amazing
Minister.
from Prime Minister Ardern. What a
Touching on
wonderful
so many
conclusion.
challenges of our time that mirror some of the things that we're struggling with right now.
That's right.
The massacre in Texas, the struggle over abortion rights.
All of these things. And, you know, the other speeches as well, a real sense of hope and commitment. A fabulous group of honorands from Jose Andres at the World Central Kitchen to Gloria Steinem.
Gloria Steinem, 88 years old. Extraordinary.
Yeah, amazing, and such a
what
pioneer.
Remarkable achievement.
And philosopher,
Martha Nussbaum.
Martha Nussbaum, the doctor who led the fight against Ebola. Everything, an inspiration this morning.
You know, we hope that this commencement will inspire all of these graduates to go out and have some of the courage and the commitment that they've seen from these honorary degree recipients.
I mean, this has been a blessing to us as well, to be able to witness everything that's happened this morning. It really is wonderful.
Well, it's a great blessing that I feel to be with you. So it's been lovely to share this time together.
Absolutely.
And I look forward to seeing you again in just a few days.
Yes.
To make up for the commencements of 2020 and 2021.
Yes. This particular commencement has been the most unusual, I think, that we have ever broadcast together, and one that has filled us with the hope and confirmation that we are on the edge of something new. I hope that is true.
We wish all of you a beautiful afternoon as these commencement exercises end, and we congratulate all of the graduates, the parents, the families. What a wonderful, wonderful sense of achievement and wonderful hope for the world.
Yes. Enter to grow in wisdom, as one of the gates says. Depart to serve your nation and your kind.
Congratulations to all.
Congratulations to everyone.
Good day.